herself.
Welcome to the 150th Plus One Lancaster County Super Fair. The announcer just said that the senior showmanship will start in about 5 minutes. Our judge this year, this year is Doug Smith. He was the judge at last year's show. Last year's show was Show and Go. This year, the Swine have been here. They started arriving Tuesday night.
All right, for those in the Swine area, showmanship, the current showmanship list in order where you're at is on the north side of the men's restroom. Please consult that list to see where you fall in the program. Again, it's on the north side of the men's restroom. All right, Swine exhibitors, we're going to be starting here soon. We're just waiting for one modest alteration before our program begins. So we'll be starting here soon. I'd like to introduce our judge for the afternoon or morning here for us, Mr. Doug Smith, instructor out of Curtis, Nebraska, the North Central Technical College out there. So if Doug, raise your hand. Anything you want to say? Nope, you'll say whatever you want to in the ring. Also, we want to let you know that we'll be distributing our People's Choice Award ballots here shortly. These are the bright pink ballots that you see off to my right. So make sure you put your plug in for your favorite exhibitor, because this will be your entry into everybody's favorite contest, the hams. We will be drawing those near the conclusion of our show, just prior to going to our stall area for our club awards and our pin of 3. So we'll be getting here very shortly. Just waiting on waiting for your money to get here, guys. That's very important. I'm sure we can all wait until we get our cash. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start our show. So we're going to start with our very first pin, which will be our Class 1 Senior Showmanship. This will have approximately 6 exhibitors into the arena. So entering the arena at this time is our first class of Senior Showmen. Group 2, Senior Showmanship, you can start bringing your swine up to the area, please. Group 2, Senior Showmanship.
Well, it's a pleasure to be back with you this morning and look forward to the Hog Show. And as we get into this senior showmanship, we have several classes to sort through. The ones that I have out in the ring here will be your Blue Ribbon Award winners. There's the ones that, some things I'd like to work on in terms of presence and keeping heads up, keeping those hogs moving. But nonetheless, I think they do a good job of really paying attention to those individuals and doing a good job at that. The two that I had pulled back, I'll see them momentarily back in the drive, but let's give them all a round of applause for a job well done this morning.
In the ring at this time is our second group of senior showmen. We should have, again, another 6 entries into the arena at this time. Group 3 senior showmen. Please bring your swine up to the entry area, please. Group 3 senior showmen.
Okay. Did they bring me the money?
Group 3, senior showman, please start bringing your swine up to the entry area this time, please. Group 3, senior showman, please bring your swine to the entry area.
Really another deep set of high-quality senior showmen. Ones that I have out in the ring. I've talked to each one of them about things, and there's some ones that do a really good job in terms of presentation. This hog's not necessarily working for them this morning. The two that I have pulled back, we'll see momentarily in the senior drive. But let's give them all a round of applause for working hard this morning.
In the ring at this time for our swine show is our final group of senior showmanship. We should have another 6 entries. At the conclusion of this group, we will be bringing the exhibitors that have earned a purple ribbon that are pinned off to the right over here back into the arena. And from there, we'll be judging and determining our final senior showman for the 2021 Lancaster County Fair.
Well, another good set of senior showmen in this drive, three that I'll be sending back to the pins. We talked about a few things in terms of getting those hogs heads elevated and presented well. Really focused on those hogs, and I applaud them for that. The three that we have pulled back, we'll see them momentarily in the drive, but all deserving of a big round of applause this morning.
Entering the ring at this time is our purple ribbon winners from our senior showmanship. We'll bring them out into the ring one at a time to be judged, and from here we'll be determining our 2021 senior showmanship Swine winner.
No, I helped. I also put that. Yeah.
You bet. I gotta go get my room.
All right, I want to say, let you guys know that our champion and reserve swine sponsors this year are Gary and Diane Kubicek out of Firth, Nebraska. They are sponsoring our grand champion, and Lyle and Teresa Hespen out of Eagle. They are sponsoring our reserve champion swine showmanship winner. Again, if you see those individuals in the crowd, say thank you very much for sponsoring these awards.
I think a pretty solid set of exhibitors in this senior showman. I think there's the top trio in here kind of line up pretty well in my mind and kind of come to the surface. And the three that I'm really considering in terms of presentation, young lady with the York gilts does an exceptional job there. She's one that really keeps that hog moving, well presented throughout the time. At times she's got to overwork that whip just a little bit, keeping that gilt going, but she's got that gilt at the right presentation. Young lady with the blue-ended barrel there does a good job. When she first came out in class, and she had that barrel moving pretty slow, but in times gets his barrel up and going. He'll want to stop a little bit ever so much on her, but once she gets that head cranked up and keeps him firing, he sure looks the part. Then the young lady with the belted barrel over here out in the center of the ring, I think she's in that top trio pretty well. One that does a good job and is from the time she stepped in the ring until now, she's keeping that barrel moving. At times I want to drop the nose on that one. I like to keep him up just a little much. He looks a little better when he has that nose elevated, but really a top trio in my mind. They do an exceptional job. Nothing to take away from the others that are in this class. The ones that did the right things to get up here in this drive. But let's congratulate all these purple ribbon winners. I'll go out and show you who I like as your champion.
All right. Good job, Ellie. Let it go, Ellie. Thank you.
All right, this year our grand champion award is Ellie Volk. She's in that third group. Again, congratulations to her. And our reserve champion is Olivia Vanderford. Again, congratulations to those two exhibitors, as well as the other 5 that were in the arena with them. All right, intermediate showmen, intermediate group 1, you should be up in the staging area at this time, please. Intermediate group 1, you should be entering into the staging area at this time. Barry Doctor, we're waiting for you to come into intermediate showmanship. Barry, we're looking for you. All right, and in the arena at this time will be our first group of intermediate showmen. Once these are in the arena, group 2, intermediate showmen, please start bringing your swine up to the entry area at this time. Group 2, intermediate showmen, please start bringing your swine to the entry area at this time. H and their families are invited to share photos of their youth and their animals to friends and families by going to our Lancaster website at gounl.edu/land4H pics for possible use by 4-H staff. This website, as well as the QR code, are located on the front of your pink show program. Deadline for champion and reserve champion award photos for deadline and local papers is August 6th. Again, that's QR code is at the front of your pink swine and other livestock programs.
Where did this humidity all from in the last 20 minutes drop? Just now it's bad. Yeah, I guess. What? No, perfect. Oh yeah, take it. That's normally.
Good morning. I hope everyone's having a great time watching the shows today. Please feel free to stop over by our FFA booth and come talk to us about the Career Academy and some of the opportunities we have to continue your education with FFA and agriculture. Thank you.
As we start into the intermediate drives, we've really got some good ones. We pull back a couple that doing some things right in terms of presentation and trying to keep those hogs moving. The three that we'll send back to the pins, they do a really good job of staying focused on their pigs. Just like for them to keep those heads up, keep them moving around the ring, and just so we can see them in terms of their athleticism. Let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a round of applause for a nice job this morning.
Okay, Group 3 intermediate showmen should be bringing your swine up to the staging area at this time. Also in the swine area, listen up, this is for all of our 4-H Clover kids that are out there. Most livestock shows include a 4-H Clover Kids showmanship class for 4-H youth ages 5 to 7. Participants must be enrolled in Lancaster County in 4-H. But they need not be signed up in an animal project. This class is meant to foster an understanding of the show ring, animal handling practices, and gain experience for younger youth. To participate, enrolled 4-H Clover kids should talk to a 4-H or FFA member to find an animal to show and help age 13 or older to help handle the animal during the showmanship. Animals must weigh in less than 350 pounds. Age, size, and temperament of the animal must be appropriate. Check in up here at the announcer desk if you'd like to be included in our Swine Junior 4-H Clover Kids showmanship, which will be taking place at the end of our regular senior, intermediate, and junior showmanship classes. Again, if you are a 4-H Clover kid here in Lancaster County and wish to show a swine in our Clover Kids Animal Showmanship, come up to the announcer booth and get enrolled.
Let's go on a date to the county fair. Here's a pen. Our first date. He did not take the whole wings on your friendship.
I finally get tired. I just sit here and I'm like,
You went and told your friends in like, you kind of weed out. You don't even want to know how much. Tom told me, God told me you were going downtown networking. Business owner, like, so I was maybe there's an accountant, Todd, you know, a doctor.
Another solid group of intermediates. The three that we'll be sending back to the pens. Talk to each one of them about some things in terms of keeping their pigs, respective pigs going, making sure those heads are up and getting around the ring. All of them do a really good job of focusing on their pigs and making sure they need what they, they're doing what they need to, but just sometimes in terms of presentation, just make sure elevation comes into play. But nonetheless, let's congratulate those exhibitors, and we'll see the couple that we pulled back there into the dive.
In the arena now is our final group of intermediate showmen. Should have 6 entries here coming into the arena. We're waiting for one last one, looks like. At the conclusion of this group, we will be determining our intermediate swine showman for the 2021 Lancaster County Fair.
Saturday I'll do the open bar. He said it's Saturday. No. Next Saturday?
hi, Vicky. I brought my own personal family member. I had a phone. I met a friend who said, "Do not walk around here."
It's in the morning I can do it.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
can get a play and go.
How's things going?
Stay in there yet? You ready to free up?
Yeah.
Tournament's at 2 o'clock.
Now they reissued it. They did it for the county fair.
So we're waiting on this final group of intermediate showmanship. Let's put a plug in for some of our local sponsors here. We have our Lancaster County 4-H food stand, which is located over there by the Lincoln Room, off to the right behind us here. Eat at the Lancaster County 4-H food stand during the fair and support 4-H. The food stand, also known as the Horseshoe and Clover Cafe, is in the multi-purpose and Lincoln Rooms. All proceeds from the food stand support the Lancaster County 4-H program. For example, this funding provides support for state and national contest registrations, such as the State Horse Judging Contest, Topology, Horse Stampede, Companion Animal Challenge, Pass, Life Challenge, and Nebraska State Fair Contest. Also sponsors activity sponsorships and college and camp scholarships for 4-H exhibitors. You'll find the 4-H food stamp menu on the show program. Thank you for supporting 4-H. Again, that's located in the multi-purpose room in the Lincoln Room off behind us. Also like to put in another plug for tonight's chicken dinner fundraiser. This is again another great opportunity to help support Lancaster County 4-H. Tonight, between 5:30 and 7:30, in Pavilion 3, enjoy a delicious chicken dinner at the fair on Friday this evening. The dinner features slim chicken tenders. To-go containers are available if necessary. All proceeds from this fundraiser support Lancaster County 4-H youth programs, activities, and sponsorships. Advanced sales can be purchased at the Forest Clover Cafe in the Lincoln Room for $8. Tickets at the door are $9, so save yourself $1 and go get it at the Lincoln Room.
You're a winner.
Oh, we still doing hams?
Still doing ham. You got 20.
Can you open this one?
You could write your name at the bottom. Where's the tape?
You want me to draw?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. You are always entertaining in the draw.
You missed a spot on his hook. I thought I'd help you.
Might be a speck of dust.
Another deep set of intermediate showmen, the ones that will be sending back to the pens, do a really good job of focusing on those pigs and getting them presented well. Just a few minor details kind of separates them from the ones that we have pinned back, but we'll see the rest of these back here momentarily in the intermediate guys. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done.
Yeah, that's a little better. See, another was just a forced smile.
That's what makes sense.
One per family.
Oh, one's fine and one's her.
I know. Yeah, I don't care. Fill out 100 of them.
Yeah, I'll just go zero on mine.
All right, while we're waiting here for our intermediate champion drive to finish up, we want to make sure we announce who our sponsors for our banners this year. We want to make sure we put a shout out to the Warren Cheney family out of Bennett, who are sponsoring our champion award for intermediate, and we put out for Gary and Diane Kubicek again out of Firth for sponsoring our reserve intermediate swine trophies this year. Again, if you see those individuals out in the crowd, say thank you very much for the continued support for 4-H and FFA here in Lancaster County.
The competitive sadness, intermediate drive, there's some things that, I guess are not just one automatically surfaces as to be the winner. So we have to sit out here and kind of sort through and pick apart the exhibitors in terms of their presentation and showmanship skills. And I think that then after doing so, I think we have a couple that come to the surface. Now, that's what I'm looking for, in showmanship is, heads up and ready to go, game on before you cross into the show ring. And the same thing when you get out here, those hogs are on point, presented, keep them moving, heads are up, and we see the best that they possibly can be presented. And then we've got the, even when we put them in the pen and pull them out, game on as soon as that gate opens. So those are positive things, and I think quite a few of these do some of that. Well, let's give these intermediates a round of applause. I'll go out and show you who I like as a champion intermediate showman, but all of them have done a pretty solid job this morning.
Group 1, junior showmen, please bring your swine up to the entry area at this time. Group 1 only, junior showmen, please bring your swine up to the entry area at this time. Hey, congratulations to our intermediate and reserve intermediate champion. Our intermediate winner was Cindy Doctor, and our grand champion was Cora Johnson. Again, congratulations to those two exhibitors, as well as the other 5 individuals that were in the arena with him during our final drive. At this time, we'll be bringing in our junior Group 1 showman. At the conclusion of our junior showmanship, we'll be having our Clover Kids. So if you have a Clover Kids out there, ages between 5 and 7, and they are enrolled in 4-H, currently here in Lancaster County, come up to the announcer's table, get checked in, so we can do our Clover Kids showmanship. This is where they pair up with a fellow 4-H exhibitor, use their swine, and we have a fun activity for them planned today. Again, while we're getting our first group of junior showmanship in the arena here and being judged, let's make sure we put a plug in for some other 4-H activities. We have our 4-H golf tournament. Have fun and support Lancaster County 4-H and FFA by participating in the 4-H Council Golf Tournament fundraiser, which will be held on Sunday, October 3rd at Woodlands Hills Golf Course with a 1 p.m. shotgun start. This tournament is 4-person scramble, costs $75 per golfer or $300 per team. It includes 18 holes, cart, range balls, snacks, random flight of prizes, beverage cart, and raffle prizes. For more information, contact the Lancaster County Extension at 402-441-7180. Again, support our 4-H and FFA programs with the golf tournament, chicken dinner, or the food stand. Also, don't forget, I'm looking over here, our box. It's got a few entries I see in it. Those pink sheets scattered around are People's Choice Awards. You want to make sure you fill those out today and get those into the box located up here by the announcers, because this is for our 20 Smithfield hams that we give away during the Swine show. No, if you don't put your name in, no ham. Sorry. So get your name into the box, and we'll be drawing that at the conclusion of the market show before we get over to our Pin of 3 and group awards. Again, People's Choice Awards, get those entries in.
Like our mule? That thing rides smooth. I said everything they do.
A competitive first set of juniors. Let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a big round of applause for working with these pigs this morning. You know, some just getting started in their 4-H career, and some, you know, maybe second or third years, you know, as we continue to work through them. You know, just learning some of the big key points, making sure we're on the right side, not blocking those pigs from the evaluator, as well as kind of keeping heads up and keeping them motoring around the ring. But nonetheless, a competitive set of juniors, and we'll see the 3 or 4 that we pulled back here momentarily in the drive.
Group 2, junior showmen should be up in the staging area at this time. Group 2, junior showmanship, we're waiting for you guys to finish entering into the staging area so we can get started on our final class. All right, here we go. A final group, junior showmen, are in the arena at this time, so we should have approximately 8 entries in here. At the conclusion of this group of junior showmen, we'll be bringing those that are pinned off to the right over here back into the arena and doing our final drive for our junior showmen for our 2021 Lancaster County Fair. Well, we got a little time here for this class. Let's put a plug in for our sponsors of our t-shirts this year. Don't these exhibitors look great in their nice yellow colors? Look pretty sharp out there. Thank you to our Lancaster County exhibitors t-shirt sponsors, Midwest Bank and Tractor Supply. As part of the sponsorship, each 4-H and FFA livestock exhibitors provided a t-shirt for free or little or no cost. Exhibitors are encouraged to sign the poster boards near the livestock office to thank these great sponsors. Again, thank you very much to Midwest Bank and Tractor Supply Company as they are sponsoring our livestock exhibit t-shirts this year for our fair. Still waiting for a few more entries into our Clover Kids animal showmanship, which will be taking place. I think we have 1, maybe 2 entries here. So if you have a youth out there, 5 to 7, they are enrolled in a Clover Kids and they want to come out into the arena, pair up with a 4-H'er that has a swine to be shown, and come out and do our Clover Kids animal showmanship, which will be taking place immediately after our junior final drive. Again, last call for any Clover Kids that want to come into the arena and show us swine.
I'm at the fair. You and Jack work at that bobcat, or that Kubota thing, that whatever. That's Saturday. I got the cook with me. And then if Johnny don't show up or something, you need to cover the back of that bulldozer. There's a carp over my place. Make sure you keep the water. Just keep the plywood or something, or a can. Make sure you keep the water out of that. Okay. Yeah, man. Okay. Hi, how are you? That's good. That's great. Great. Yeah, they did. They are. Got that carpet. Yeah, that was nice. That's good. You bet.
Another solid set of junior exhibitors, the three that we have out in the ring, do a good job. And I talked to each one of them about a few things that I can see that we can work on to improve. And I think that's what these, big part of that process of the county fair is also learning as you go, and it's a big part of the 4-H project as well. And then the ones that we have pulled back here, we'll see momentarily. Well, let's give them all one big round of applause for a job well done.
All right, in the arena now is our final drive for our junior showman. We'll be bringing in, seven swine back to the arena, one at a time to be judged for that. So this part to plug in now for our trophy sponsors. We have Brenda Mock with Rainbow Ends is sponsoring our Grand Champion Junior Showmanship, and we have Lyle and Teresa Hespin again sponsoring our intermediate reserve champion junior showmanship for this year. Again, you see those individuals in the crowd, say thank you very much for their continued support of 4-H and FFA here in Lancaster County. Final call, Clover Kids Showmanship. If you are showing, if you are a youth, come up to the staging area at this time. This is your final call. We will be doing this after our final drive. Then we'll be beginning our regular market swine show. So if you are some lightweight, start getting your swine ready to enter the arena as soon as we finish up with our Clover Kids Showmanship.
probably screwed up and moved the nails out.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Yeah. I don't know much about farming, but I think we just right here. You're just picking her because she's cute. Yeah, I'd be a decorator out.
An extremely intense junior drive in my mind as we get these respective purple ribbon winners out here, and I think there's some that do a really good job in keeping those hogs off and presented, and some listen extremely well, especially when they tell them to drive them straight at you. They drive them straight at you. So I have to appreciate that. You know, I think that it comes down to a trio in my mind that kind of sort to the top. You know, the young man out here with a smaller black barrel does a really good job in terms of keeping that hog moving and presenting. I like the way he does look up from time to time in class. He was really focused, and as we got out here in the drive, he's starting to kind of lose a little bit of focus, but that's all right. Young man driving the big barrel out here in the middle. I think it falls up into that top three for me this morning as well. At times you want to get in and kind of block the view and evaluate that barrel, but like his intensity, like his presentation, just like for him to be on the right side of the hog at the right time. Now the young lady over in the far corner, you know, in terms of intensity, I'd probably say she's probably the most intense in the ring this morning. You know, as you look at her in terms of her willingness in the drive, this barrel, you know, starting to slow down on him and kind of go to the corner, but you know, she's in it to win it, and she's going to win it this morning.
Want me to hold that for you, Lauren? I'll just take this.
Can't probably take the money. You give everything back with the money.
All right, announcing our junior champion, reserve champion. In our reserve, we have Jackson Bruce, and we have Lauren Johnson as our champion. Again, congratulations to those two exhibitors, as well as the other 5 individuals that were in the arena at this time. Look forward to see the bulk of you guys next year as showmen, as we move up, some of you move up to intermediate class. Again, congratulations to our junior showman champion reserve for the Lancaster County Fair. At this time, I believe we have one entry, so give this gentleman a huge round of applause. I know it takes a lot of oomph, let's just call it that, to enter the arena all by yourself. So we've got Harrison Early. He has signed up to be our sole Clover Kid showmanship exhibitor, showing his sister Swine, looks like. So huge round of applause to get in the arena and walk him around. Okay, at the conclusion of this Pig showmanship, we can start bringing to the staging area our lightweight swine. This will both be our Pick-a-Pig group and our regular market. First group, Class 1, Pick-a-Pig, lightweight, super lightweight, market swine. Super lightweight, market swine, and Pick-a-Pigs come to the staging area at this time, and we'll start our regular show. Congratulations, Harrison, for being our show exhibitor. Okay, so in your programs, you should be followed on the 4th page here. We are ready to start our regular market show. This would be our super lightweight, Pick-a-Pig group, Class 1, entering into the arena at this time. For those of you that do not know, our 4-H program here in Lancaster County started, I believe, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, a very innovative program called Pick-a-Pig, where the swine are held at a separate facility, and a lot of these youth are local from the Lincoln area, Lancaster area. A lot of them are urban related, and they get the opportunity to show livestock at our county fairs. We've received numerous state and national awards for this program, and I know this because my daughter was one of the very first members of this group, that it has gone on to, again, receive a number of awards, but it's been picked up by other counties across the state as very innovative in getting their youth that are more urban involved with 4-H. So this is our first group of Pick-a-Pig program, super lightweight. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors in our 4-H Pick-a-Pig program. Hey, Class 2, super lightweight market swine. Class 2, super lightweight market swine should be in the staging area at this time.
And that's good.
As we start into the market show, as we get into the super lightweights, the two that we have pinned over there, they'll come out just momentarily, and I'll talk about those In terms of the 3 that remain out of the ring, there'll be blue ribbons, but the young lady's barrel exhibitor number 528 there, that one will be 3rd in class. As you study this one from the side profiles, got the depth, the center rib, and muscle mass. It's pushing one that we'd like to see maybe a little bit further along in terms of production orientation down to the ground. But one that you sure enough have to appreciate in terms of his back shape and spread up high to go ahead and be 3rd in class. Then we get into 2 nicely attractive design gilts, but just maybe not enough of them. A young lady kind of out here that has the long spine female that sure enough has some muscle mass up high. You like to appreciate the muscle dimension that she possesses from behind. That little gilt will be 4th in the lineup. I'd like to see quite a bit more of her. And then the other gilt that'll be 5th in the class. You like this one in terms of look and presentation. Once you get a little bit more up in that loin edge, like to see this one just get a little more leveled out at times, get a little more squared up off from the hock to ground. But nonetheless, a nice trio to be 3rd through 5th in that class. If we pull those, we go ahead and send these guys out, and we'll pull those next ones out, and I'll talk about those. A nice duo of pigs that deserve purple ribbons, I think, in this class as we get out and pull these 2 gilts and start to piece them and pull them apart. I think there's some differences and things that I would like to take and assemble one really, really good one. Young man's gilt will be a class winner in terms of the side profile, in terms of elevation at the shoulder, and when he gets her head up, she's got that sleek front end about her. You like the mass and dimension up high. Maybe wants to be a little more rolled in her hip compared to the one that'll be in 2nd. As we study this gilt that comes 2nd in the class, you like the mass and dimension from behind, up front, starting to toe in a little bit, maybe being a little more rolled in that foot placement as you study her at the ground, pushing a little excess up in that jowl, like to tighten her up ever so slightly. What a nice duo, I think, deserving of purple ribbons this morning. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice pair.
Okay, congratulations to our 2 purple ribbon winners. Our champion in that class was Austin Davis, followed up by Grace Sandbolt as our reserve for our first group of super lightweight, Marcus Swine. All right, entering the ring at this time is our 2nd class of super lightweights. This is our Market Swine. This is our regular Market Swine group, in addition to the Pick-a-Pig group that we split off. So we should have 2 entries into the arena at this time. At this time, I need to have Class 3, lightweights, Pick-a-Pig Club, Marcus Swine, lightweight, Class 3. We have 5 entries coming into the arena at this time. Our super lightweights are not eligible for overall champion, but nonetheless they still receive a ribbon and premium for their efforts. So just our super lightweights are just not eligible for our overall champion.
extremely nice dual barrels as we get these out here, and the exhibitors do a good job of getting them presented. The one that suits me the best this morning is the young lady's belted barrel. In terms of his look and mass and spread up high, this one sure enough puts a lot of the positive pieces together. As we study this one, I maybe like to elevate him at the top of the blade, give us a little more elevation up front. Pretty moderate frame barrel, but one that packed full of muscle and style and balance. At times, I'm kind of concerned about his front feet getting a little weaker in those pasterns, but I think he'll be one that'll be a contender in the future. Nothing to take away from the young man's predominantly black barrel. That'll be second in the lineup. If you talk about elevation and look and front end, he's one that puts it together pretty well. Maybe not as stout and centered as the one that goes out in front, or stout ended, especially to the center portion of that rear leg. Wants to get outside of himself ever so slightly in terms of the way he plants and pushes off those rear two, but nonetheless an extremely nice duo of super lightweights. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause for bringing a good quality set.
Okay, winners in that group class 2, we had Olivia Vanderfort as our champion and Jackson Bruce as our reserve champion in our Market Swine super lightweight class 2. At this time we have our class 3 pick a pig lightweight should be entering the staging area and into the arena at this time. Pick a pig, class 3, lightweight. In arena. Okay, class 4, Market Swine lightweight should be up in the staging area at this time. Class 4 in the staging area. Class 5, get your swine ready to go. Class 4, Market Swine lightweight, class 4. Marcus Swine lightweight. First group, come to the staging area at this time. Group 2, lightweight Marcus Swine. Get your swine ready to enter.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It goes out. It's 5 gallons. Yeah, well, everybody got to do it.
To get into this class of lightweights, I think, we start to look at and assemble things and the ones that put the most checks in the proverbial boxes in terms of, structure, balance, symmetry, as well as muscle shape. The young lady with the Burke influence or crossed up gilt there is going to be your class winner. I like this pig in terms of the center rib and the volume of muscle, one that extends extremely well in terms of her look and design, pushing her maybe a little more condition up into that jowl, but one that sure enough balances up extremely well. The second in the class will be the pig right beside, exhibitor 682. That hog will be your reserve in the class. As you say, this one from the side profile, you'll match it up in terms of depth of center rib and volume of muscle. One that gets real pulled apart up front in that chest floor. One that you sure have to study for the mass and dimension and like the depth of rib and volume of muscle. I think the final triage is a little bit more different to sort as we study the young lady there on the rail. We study that pig, one that's got some center rib, but as you study structure up front, that one's kind of not necessarily designed right in the shoulder. One the young man had some muscle mass up high and had some dimension from behind, is not pulled apart and powered up as well as the ones that win the class. And the other young lady that left the ring, when you study that one, you like the length and extension. This gives up quite a bit of substance, and especially up high, not as well spread from behind the blade back into that lone edge, but nonetheless a competitive set. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
All right, congratulations to our lightweight class 3 exhibitors. Winning that class was Shani Scott, was our grand champion, and Ava Simpson was our reserve. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors in class 3. Entering the arena at this time is our regular market swine lightweight class 4. Regular market swine lightweight class 4. All right, class 5, regular market swine, lightweight, class 5, group 2. Come to the staging area at this time, please. Class 5, regular market swine, lightweight, group 2. At the conclusion of these two groups, we'll be determining our market swine lightweight champion, and those individuals will be coming back for our final drive for overall. Well, we got a little more time here. Let's put a plug in for our People's Choice Award. Again, these are our pink slips. Also on your front of your program, make sure you are getting photos of your favorite exhibitors. 4-H and FFA families are invited to share their photos by using the QR code or by going to go.unl.edu/Lancaster 4-H website. This website and QR code are located on the front of your show program. You can submit entries up to August 6th. Group 2, Market Swine, Class 5. Group 2, Market Swine, Class 5. Staging area at this time.
The four that we have pulled back, we'll place here just a moment. The four that we have out in the ring, you'll be receiving blue ribbons. But as we talk about each one of these, I think there's some things to like about these the barrows in this lineup. I think that it would be the fifth in the class, would be the young lady right here directly in front of me. In terms of look and on the stand, this barrow is pretty attractively built. They like his muscle mass up high. We set him into motion. That's where his challenges are. He gets a little closed up at the ground. One that doesn't necessarily fit the bill. Young lady directly behind him will be six in exhibitor 678. Love the center rib and volume of muscle in that one. The 116 would be the next one. In terms of length of body and mass, that one kind of falls in there. And then the white hog that will go out and round out the class. Just didn't have enough of them as you study this one up high and from behind. This didn't mass up as ideally as the four that we have in the class. Now we'll pull these four back out here momentarily and look at them in the class.
Luckily, we never had Jack here.
In this class, I think there's one that comes in and wins pretty handily for me, and that's going to be the young lady's back into gilt directly in front of me. That gilt comes in and commands the attention exceptionally well, and she's built solid from the ground up in terms of her mass and her foot placement. The young lady does a good job of getting this one presented head up and looking at the mass and design of this down the spine of this gilt. She offers a lot to the table in terms of look and design and built right in terms of, in my mind. Now the remaining three, you're kind of fighting it out for second. Now as you sit here and study them, I think there's some give and take, some differences in these individuals. I'll talk about each one of them, and then I'll tell you who I like as your second. The young man's black gilt. From a side profile perspective and an elevation, that gilt's pretty solid. But when you start to get in and analyze her in terms of her shoulder blade and the way it's set in there, that's kind of where her challenges are. She gets a little funky in terms of her head and neck attachment. She's got the mass and dimension and spread up high, But when you set her into motion, gets a little more restricted off both hands. One that I'd like to see plant and push just a nickel better in terms of her overall look and function. Now the black-ended barrel, as we study and look at this one, talk about a deep-centered one that sure enough has the mass and dimension up high. But when you step in behind, this barrel's pushing maybe a little more condition in terms of the right in between that rear leg and up into that gel. One that I'd like to see a little trimmer and neater from it and get out and go. Young man's belted barrel there. As we study this one, you like the mass and dimension up high. As you study this one at the ground, I think it's a little tucked up in that full rib. One I'd like to see just a little bit deeper through the center portion of his body. You love his mass. Maybe just like to see him a little softer in his kind. But I think there's a trio. I think for me, the one that best puts it together is going to be the young man with the belted barrel. Is going to be second. They'll come over and use the young man's solid black gilt for third, and then the black-ended barrel will be fourth.
I got 35 acres. I got 34 big brown bales, 861. I put it up yesterday. I don't know how to trade it. He traded it in brown bales a lot. And he said,
All right, winning that first group of our lightweight was Ellie Volk, was our champion, and Derek Bruce was our reserve. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Those two will be returning for our final drive for our Marcus Swine lightweight champion.
I got square man. I got you drop the bales on the ground and then you run around the bottom again. You get it from that guy up there. Okay, but that's the guy over Dean Smith. I should have. But said he got that, but I got was a partial rule or harsh or something. They actually fit him behind the trailer and then sure he has to get kind of more needs. That's me that time. But I think on my second split, I got done. Four and a half. No, that's what I had. I moats all day Sunday. I had to go down and get Brenda. And then we went down there and had the girl over here. And we went down Sunday afternoon about 4 o'clock at the time. Right. And some of it just didn't. If I wait until I got low nap, it never would get low nap dry. Button all the food off. We got an old one at the farm.
Yeah, this nice class of lightweights, so went ahead and pulled 3 out, and I think, as we get into the next few, 4 on down. Now, ladies, black and white gilt over there will be 4th. I like this gilt from a perspective of muscle shape and design and center body, and one that's powered up and opened up to that chest floor. Now, the challenges are on this gilt when you set her into motion, especially off that left hind leg, doesn't necessarily plant and push, a little tender, a little more restricted in her movement, but in terms of mass and dimension, one that sure enough gets out and goes exceptionally well. Then the young man's white barrel there on the rail close to the fan will be next. You like this one in terms of center body and muscle shape. You study him up high, gets a nickel planer, and his overall look. He's got the power and performance to play, but just doesn't necessarily go as well. The young man's York pig is going out the ring. That one from a feeding perspective, I think it's got a length of body and mass. He gets a little plainer in his overall look as you study him. Doesn't have that definition up high to kind of compete with the ones that go out ahead of him. And the young lady's black and white that rounds out the class. And as we study that one, from an on the stand perspective, that one's got some look. There's not enough of it to the center portion of the body. You study that one on it from a structural basis. Just doesn't necessarily have the foundation as ideally assembled. We'll pull these 3 back out and sort the top trio. We'll move on and congratulate those exhibitors for a job well done.
Keep him going. There you go. Good job.
Well, we determine our winners for our second group of Marcus Swine lightweight swine. These 2 winners will be returning back into the ring, as well as the 2 winners from Class 4, which is our first group of lightweights. And we will be returning our Marcus Swine lightweight champion from those 4.
Keep him going.
Again, we'll be determining our Marcus Swine lightweight champion at the conclusion of this group.
Good job, Ellie. Keep working him. Keep working him.
I'll talk about these 3 and then tell you how I sort them. I think as you get out, you've got 2 barrels in a gilt that have some muscle mass and design. If we talk about the black barrel, at times he looks a little funky to me, but when he gets him out, gets him going on the drive, he's probably the deepest center, the most massed up high. But when you get in and start to analyze him at the ground, maybe not the best footed in terms of the way he places his feet. Just wants to start to roll on the outside of that hoof wall. But sure enough, one that has the power and mass, like to maybe lengthen him out from that blade forward. See, sure enough, the stout one of the group. Also, will get out and reach exceptionally well, and pretty a little softer on those pasterns. Now, if we look at the blue barrel over in the far corner, one from a silhouette perspective, he sure enough draws your attention. The young man gets his head up and cranks on him. He looks pretty cool up front and pulls apart in his chest. Maybe a little better. And he's one that's also starting to get a little softer and kind of roll in those front 2. but from a side profile perspective, he's got some mass in the center body, wants to roll in his hip ever so much. You get in and start to analyze in terms of his spread and mass up high. He's really big and bold-bladed. He just doesn't have that mass and dimension right behind that blade, in my mind, to compete with a couple of the other ones in here. But now we look at the big gilt that's still out in the center of the ring. He's going to let he gets his head up and kind of cranks on him or on her and keeps her going. I'm not going to argue this one might be the thickest Denby. Now, that being said, I'd also say that this gilt's probably one of the harder doing ones in the class in terms of the softness. She needs to be a little softer in terms of her condition. She's got some mass and she's got some dimension up high. You get her on the drive, that's where her challenges lie. She gets outside of her skeleton. Once you set her into motion, maybe not as flexible in those rear two and that hawk to ground. She gets up underneath herself ever so slightly. Now, with that being said, there's some challenges in this trio, but the one that best suits me today is going to be the big black barrel out in the center of the ring. Now it comes down to give and takes in second and third. I like the silhouette of the big blue barrel, and I think he's got some mass and dimension, and one that still gets out and goes, he's going to be second. The big gilt will be third.
Just drive in and grab a block in combine truck, whatever's in there, and call me and see where I'm at. You don't even need to fill out a job ad. Just show off.
All right, we're in that second group of lightweights. We had Ellie Volk as our grand champion, and we had Cody Bruce as our reserve. So at this time, we'll be bringing out our two champions from our first and second group to determine our grand champion lightweight, Marcus Swine. This year, our sponsorship and awards trophies for lightweight Marcus Swine are sponsored. Our grand champion is sponsored by Farm Credit Services here in Lancaster County, and our reserve is Lyle and Ann Johnson and Johnson Farms. Those are our sponsors for our grand champion reserve trophies this year.
Quality is an indication that that we'll see later on in the show. Looking forward to it. Really a high quality duo as we get these out in respective lightweight class winners. As we study that black Indy gilt, super cool from the side look and profile. She's one that you study in terms of center body and mass. She sure enough draws your attention there. To be critical on this one, if you get down and start to look at her front two, maybe gets a little bit starting to roll on the outside of that hoof, but nonetheless, and one that I'd like to see maybe with a nickel more circumference of bone, but she sure is pretty cool. Now, we just talked about the black barrel in the class in terms of being a stout-ended one, a big back one and a big centered one. But there again, one that you study at the ground, you'll get quite a bit softer in terms of that pastern and starting to roll on the outside of both front legs. I think there's some give and takes here, but the one that hits me and strikes me pretty hard, that black and white ended gilt's going to be your champion.
So then the doctor says you came over and she went 4 acres. Now fence, no closing box, other than doing all that.
As we drop that second out of that first lightweight class, one in terms of elevation, you have to applaud at the top of the shoulder blade. But in terms of three-dimensional look, up front maybe gets a little more closed up at the ground. As we talked about in class, once you get a little more pinched at the hemline hookup and maybe not as fluid and full right behind the shoulder blade. But in terms of muscle design from behind, this barrel's got a lot to offer. But nonetheless, I think as we come down and compare the two for the reserve spot, the one that hits me probably the next hardest is going to be the predominantly black barrel. That'll be your reserve.
All right, congratulations to Ellie Bolt as she pulls off a double-double here with both champion and reserve champion, our lightweight market swine. At this time, we should meet our Group 6 market swine medium weights. Pick a page, market swine, medium weights. Class 6. This class will determine, this is our only class. From this group, we're determining our medium weight pick a pig champion. All right, if group class 7, middleweight, group 1, class 7, middleweight, group 1, can start bringing their swine to the staging area at this time, please. At this time, now is another good time to plug our 4-H golf tournament, which is going to take place here in early October. We have our chicken dinner fundraiser. It's going to take place tonight. Make sure you get your tickets purchased in the Lincoln Room at the 4-H Cafe. They are $8 or $9 at the door. That is again sponsored by our Slim Chicken sponsor that they do every year. Also, make sure you support our 4-H food stand, which is also in the Lincoln Room. Proceeds from that support our Lancaster County 4-H programs and exhibitors throughout the year. One last announcement, as you see from the last group, that in addition to the banner that the champions would receive, they also received a red stall sign to announce to the general public their achievements. These signs are awarded to our champion, reserve champion during the 4-H livestock shows. If you see a sign that you would like to sponsor, cost us $25. Get your name on the banner, onto a banner as well. Make sure you put your name in up here to the announcer's table, and we'll get you set up for next year. These Red Stall sponsorships are, again, awarded and shown throughout the fair.
Sort of into the middleweights, and the ones that we have pulled back we'll see here momentarily. But as we start to study these and the ones that will be blue, the young lady's black gilt over there in the corner would be fifth in the lineup. This one kind of matches up with the one that has been pinned in terms of look and elevation from a side profile. She's super attractive. Wants to get more roll in that hip, gets up underneath herself, maybe not as square from hock to ground, but a pretty nice gilt. The young man's gilt over in the corner, the calico Indian one, that one would be next. You study this one from a side profile, love the center rib and the volume muscle shape. But when you get it on the go, that's kind of where the challenges are. It's really closed up off of both ends. Not necessarily as ideal in terms of her feet and leg placement. Then the gilt young man with the blue hip gilt there would be next. From on the stand, this female draws your attention in terms of her center body. But as we study her from up to that jowl and into the top side of her skeleton, maybe doesn't necessarily blend it as well and as attractive, as well as the black and white barrel that'll come next. One you study up high, doesn't have that mass and spread, gets a little more two-dimensional in his overall look. Like to see just quite a bit more of him. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. We'll pull back our purples here in just a second and study those.
Okay, Class 7, Marcus Swine, middleweight, Group 1, should be in the staging area at this time. Class 7, Marcus Swine, middleweight, Group 1, in the staging area at this time. The If you are in group 2, you'll be following them.
I'll discuss these 4 and then tell you in the order I'll sort them. As we start to look at and kind of pull these apart, the young man has brought the gilt on the far end, one that sure enough has probably the deepest center and kind of the boldest in terms of her muscle shape. So you set her into motion, she's pretty tender off those front end, maybe a breeze pad or something like that in terms of, maybe doesn't necessarily put that feet to the ground as confident as maybe I'd like. But in terms of her muscle mass and dimensions, she's got a lot to bring. From the solid black hog that's right next to it, this barrel is kind of attached just a nickel better in terms of the head, neck, and shoulder into that blade. I think he'd look exceptionally well. As you study him in terms of his mass and his kind, he's got some power and dimension to him. The one that just gets a little shorter fronted, a little more rounded in terms of that top shape, and wants to fall off from, in that hip ever so much. Just like to elevate that one in his tail set. Young man is predominantly white barrel over here against the pins. This one on the stand maybe as neat as as some of the other ones in the class. We start to study the mass and spread. Up high just wants to fall off there in terms of dimension right behind that blade. You study this one at the ground, getting a little softer in terms of that passing set and wants to be a little more tentative off of that front end, not necessarily putting them to the ground as confidently as we'd like. Then the young lady's barrel that's out in the center of the ring from the side profiles perspective. When this one gets on the stand and stops, this one looks pretty good. In terms of his look and dimension, he probably blends in terms of the best on the front end, but you say this one up high, maybe not as three-dimensional in his kind, as you study him down his spine and into that lower third. That's kind of where he falls off in terms of his muscle mass and dimension. So with that being said, it comes down to just a few minor details and the ones that you can really kind of study and live with. I think the one that best suits me today, being a young man's belted gilt over in the corner, that one will be your champion, and the black barrel or black hog right next to it, that young lady's will be your reserve. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
All right, winning that class 6, we had John Sumpers, our grand champion, and London Ayers is a reserve. And those two individuals will also be returning for our final drive for our grand champion medium weight Bigger Pig.
Oh, it certainly does. She was better here than she was during showmanship.
All right, in the arena now is our Class 7, Group 1 middleweights. Class 7, Group 1 middleweights. At this time, I need Class 8, Group 2 middleweights. Class 8, Group 2 middleweights to come to the staging area at this time, please.
get into this class, and the three that will be out in the ring are the blue ribbons, and the ones that we'll pull back here momentarily and start those. The one that would be fifth is young lady's gilt here, exhibitor 134. I like this gilt on the stand exceptionally well in terms of her mass and dimension, especially over her loin edge. At times, as you study her on the go, that's kind of where her challenges are. I like to see her just get out and reach, and maybe not be as restricted off both ends in terms of her flexibility and her skeletal look. But in terms of her mass and dimension on the stand, I think she comes into that next spot. Then it comes into two barrows that have some differences in terms of their type and kind. You've got an elevated one, then one that's a little bit more moderate. Both of them have adequate dimension. Young man's would be next in terms of his muscle mass and dimension is spread up high, maybe pushing this to nickel more conditioning and not pull them apart in terms of that chest floor. Young lady's barrel that would come next, the big blue-ended one there. In terms of elevation, this hog kind of meets the show pig look. Up front, but would like to pull this one apart, be just a nickel more powerful in terms of overall look and performance, but nonetheless a nice trio in those blue ribbon categories. We'll pull these four back out and sort through them, but congratulate all these exhibitors with a nice job this morning.
Okay, while we're waiting to get our Class 7 champion, reserve champion determined here, we'll make sure we put in an announcement, make sure our Class 8 middleweight Group 2s in the staging area. We need 6 of you there. Looks like we're missing a few, so Group 2 middleweights.
I didn't wear mine today. All fun. My head throwing it hard. I don't know. Don't take it.
Good humor about it.
There you go, Dr. Heinrich. Doc.
That's right. I still think that one would be better, but you might argue with the champion.
Okay, at this time, we need to make sure we put a plug in for our People Choice Award. We need to get those entries turned in as soon as possible so that we can start determining our People's Choice champion, and reserve champion. So those need to be entered. There's also your entrance for the hams.
Extremely competitive set in this class. And I think as you get down and start to analyze, and there's only a few minor details that separate this top four in terms of my mind. We'll talk about each one of them briefly, and then we'll go out and just kind of, I'll show you who I like. As we look at this young lady's barrel that's closest to me, one that's super long and stout made and built, and if you say he's probably the thickest ended one in there, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but in terms of that flexibility and skeletal function, maybe that's kind of where his challenges are, especially up those rear teeth. Wants to just get a little bit outside of his skeleton. You set him into motion from behind. Up front, he's starting to get just a nickel rolling in terms of those feet placement, but he's sure enough pulled apart and got some mass and dimension. Like to see him just kind of assembled. Maybe a nickel better there than him laying hooked up. The other black and white barrel out here, kind of a stout, moderate framed one. You study him, and he's sure enough a cool design one and well built. It's got some muscle shape. He's on the verge of pushing outside of those hocks if you study him from behind. But he's a stout, well built one. It's got some look and overall functional characteristics to him. Maybe like to lengthen him out from that shoulder forward, but that's being ultra critical on a good one. Kind of the calico-ended one on the stand. Love this one in terms of his look and his mass and dimension. Like the definition of muscle down the top side of his skeleton and from behind. Now when you set him into motion, that's kind of where the challenge is for me. Maybe gets quite a bit more restricted off those rear two. Just has a little bit more challenges in terms of his look and feet placement as you set him on the drive. But nonetheless, he's one that sure enough opens up, and he loves the cracked open chest floor that he possesses. Young man's barrel with the black blank teddy. This one from the side profile's got the depth of rib and center body to play in the drive, and he's still out here in terms of his muscle shape. But right behind his blade up high, that's kind of where he loses in terms of his dimension and overall functionality, comparatively speaking, to the three remaining. That young man's black blanketed barrel will be fourth. Now your top trio, I think it comes down to just a few things. But the young lady closest to me with the stout, moderate frame, black blanket barrel right here in front of me is going to be your class winner. Young lady on the far end with that black-ended barrel, that one's going to be second. The calico barrel here right in front of me, this young man's will be third.
Okay, winning that Class 7, which our first group of middleweights. Grace Paulson is our champion, followed by Tatum Terwilliger as our reserve. Those two individuals will be pinned off to the side, and their swine will be returned back into the arena to determine our overall champion, Marcus Swine, medium weight. In the arena at this time is our second group, Class 8 of Marcus Swine, medium weights. Group 2, Marcus Swine, middleweights.
Good quality of powerful holds that come into this class, and I think we pulled back 3. And if you want to argue and say that there's some big powerfully ended ones in this they're left out here for the blue category, I'm not going to argue with you there. Young lady's kind of blue blanketed gilt that would be fourth in the lineup. In terms of muscle mass, she might be the most powerful one in the class, but in terms of softness and condition, she's probably one of the harder doing ones. Doesn't necessarily blend in terms of condition, especially through that center portion of her body, but she sure enough has the power and dimension. I'd like to see that gilt just a little softer. And the other blue hog in the class one that sure enough a stout-ended one, but that don't get me wrong, has got some mass and dimension up high. Just doesn't necessarily blend into a nice package, wants to roll in that hip ever so much. And then we got the black and white gilt that'll come next. In terms of muscle dimension up high, just a little more two-dimensional in her overall look. It doesn't necessarily blend it as well. You set that gilt into motion, it's a little more restricted off both ends. I'd like to see her get out and be a little more fluid in her movement, but nonetheless a nice trio in that blue category. We'll pull our respective 3 purples out here momentarily and evaluate those, and then let you know how we're seeing.
Come on, get him going forward. Let's go. Keep him moving forward.
Oh my God. I lost a cat driven over from the sale barn one time.
Get him going forward. Come on, Ellie. Forward.
Good. Oh my God.
Hit him in the butt.
a nice trio of power and performance in this lineup. I'll talk about each one of them and then kind of tell you who I think kind of sorts to the top. The young ladies with the kind of the blue marked gilt out here in the center. Kind of like this female on the stand in terms of her muscle shape and her look. It's a little more restricted, maybe not as ideal in terms of the angulation of that rear hock and up front in terms of curvature to that knee. Maybe like to see just a nickel more flexibility. I would say she's one of the more massive ended ones. I'm not going to disagree. You know, she gets a little pinched a little more in terms of her design up high, especially if you read her from behind down her spine and into that ham loin hookup. Maybe not as soft and confident into her foot placement. Then we've got two opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of the two hogs that are coming over here. We've got the more moderate frame, stout center, black, predominantly belted barrel. One that gets a little shorter fronted. He sure enough pulls apart in terms of his chest floor. He's got the muscle mass and dimension up high. He's studying from behind. I'd like to see him just a little softer in terms of the angulation of his hock and maybe come in just a nickel better in terms of his feet and leg placement. Now the big gilt that, black and white ended gilt, you love her center body, you like her look up front, you love her power and dimension. She's not the thickest one in here. She comes at you with quite a bit of substance. I just think there's quite a bit more of her than the black and white barrel. That one's going to win the class for me. The black and white barrel will be second, and then the blue ended gilt will be third.
Okay, we got Ellie Boak pulling off another double for this year for our second group of middleweights. So she'll be returning with her two swine as well as the other two for our final drive for our grand champion market swine, middleweight swine. At this time, I need to have my pick-a-pig heavyweights come to the staging area.
An extremely nice deal in this drive. As we get the respective class winners out here, the young ladies, black and white barrel, really a stout featured one. In terms of density and mass, this one sure hits you with the power and performance. Now, if we have to be critical on him, I'd like to just see him get a little more extended in front of his blade. He's got the mass and dimension up high, and you set him into motion, maybe a little more laborious in terms of his movement. But you want to talk about definition of muscle and shape, he sure enough has it. Now the black and white gilt that we just talked about a few moments ago in terms of her center body and her rib and her elevation of her blade, one that kind of runs the right direction in terms of her look and performance and balance. I just think there's a neater assembly there and one that sure matches up in terms of muscle shape and the design. In my mind, the gilt's going to be your champion division. as we drop that barrel in, second in that class. One that sure enough has the mass and dimension to play out here in this lineup. As we sit in and start to study him and pick him apart. In terms of hitting the ground with ideal foot placement, maybe not there. The one that just needs to be a little more extended up in front of that blade. Sure like his stoutness of feature and center body. Well, the one that best suits me next is going to be the young lady's barrel out here in the center of the ring.
All right, so here we go. We got Ellie Volk as our champion medium weight market swine this year. Her banner and trophy is sponsored by Farm Credit Services. As our reserve, we have Grace Folsom as our reserve champion, and her trophy and banner is sponsored by Ron Dowding. So if you see either of those individuals, Ron, I know he's running around here somewhere, give him a pat on the back and say thank you for sponsoring our awards this year. Entering the ring at this time is our pick a pig heavyweight class. Our pick a pig heavyweight class entering the ring at this time. Okay, now we got a little bit of time again. We want you to put in another plug for our t-shirt sponsors this year. Again, each of our livestock exhibitors received these nice yellow t-shirts courtesy of Tractor Supply and Midwest Bank again. So again, if you see those individuals or anybody associated with those two groups, again, thank you. I know that's a huge commitment on their end to support, so every livestock exhibitor at the county fair receives a t-shirt. Okay, I need Class 10, Market Swine Heavyweight Group 1. Class 10, Market Swine Heavyweight Group 1. Come to the staging area at this time, please.
to get into this class. I pulled 4 off that will start back here just momentarily. And 5th would be the young ladies, predominantly white, spotted barrel out here in the center of the ring. In terms of mass and muscle shape, he's got quite a bit to bring to the offering. I think he started to push in a little bit more condition in terms of that jowl into that lower third. One that, maybe needs to be just a nickel trimmer up through that jaw and chest floor. And then next would be the young lady's gilt over here in terms of depth of center rib and volume of muscle. That one would come next in the lineup. One that I'd like to see just a little more robust about that lower third. One that on the stand, you like that gilt for what she is. It's like you tighten her up right behind that jaw and into that lower third. She's sure enough an attractive one. Haven't taken away from the one that will come next. They study this one up high. Maybe just breaks in right behind that blade. Just doesn't necessarily have the three-dimensional look as you study this one down the spine. But nonetheless, an attractive trio. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause as we send them back to their pins, and we'll pull the top 4 out here just momentarily.
Okay, at this time, as we start putting our pick a pig heavyweights to turn overall champion, I'd like to take a little bit of time here to introduce Allie Volk out of Lancaster County. She's with our local Career Academy FFA group, and she would like to take some time here in Pleasure Association.
Good morning. So we have a booth over here. We have free water if you need something to drink. We'd also love to talk to you about our FFA program. We are, the Career Academy teaches juniors and seniors in high school, whether you're in the LPS district or in a private school in Lincoln or in the surrounding area. We also take homeschoolers. Some of our competitions this year, we sent a student to state for land judging. We competed in livestock judging. We also were second in the state for ag demonstration. So we do lots of different competitions with our FFA chapter, and if you're interested to learn more, you can come talk to us. We also do different speeches and academic competitions, and plants and livestock, as well as different lab work competitions.
Thank you. Again, we're located off to the right of our announcers tables. If you want more information on the Career Academy for each chapter we have here in Lancaster County, give them, stop in and talk with them there.
With these four back out here and start to sort and look at them and analyze. There's some things that we have to draw attention to, and I'll talk kind of about each one of them and tell you who your champion in reserve, and then 3 and 4 would be young ladies black barrel right here directly in front of me. This one on the stand's got as much mass and dimension as several of the other ones in here. You start this one up high, you like the spread right behind the blade. At times you'd like to see this hog get a little more elevation at the top of that blade, but in terms of center body and mass and dimension, you have to appreciate that one. The blue hit barrel right here directly in front of me. This one, as you study this one up high, it's got some muscle shape that you have to appreciate. But when you set this one on the drive, it's a little more laborious and doesn't necessarily make us a little more discombobulated off both ends. Maybe doesn't necessarily have that confident foot placement as you set this one to the ground, but sure enough has the mass to be up in this top 4. Then we get into another predominantly white barrel along the rail over there. In terms of center body and look and dimension and squareness, the top shape, this one's got a lot to bring to the offering. I think one that sure enough puts it together, maybe pushing a little bit up into that lower jowl. One I'd like to see just a little neater and trimmer there. Then we've got another black barrel that you study this one on the stand. You like this one an awful lot. You set him into motion, that's kind of where his challenges are. We study that blade and the way he's assembled up front. There has some challenges in terms of his look. It's really way outside of the skeleton from the front end. Doesn't necessarily match up to his back end as we set him into motion. When you get him on the stand, he's as deep in terms of his muscle shape and powers up enough to still be in this top end of the categories. With that being said, the one that best suits me today is going to be the young lady over here against the pin. She's going to be your class champion. The young lady's black barrel out here in the center of the ring, that's going to be your reserve. And then it gets a little bit closer in my mind in 3 and 4 of the young ladies, predominantly black barrel that had some challenges in terms of structure will be 3. Young ladies, blue hip talk will be 4. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a job well done feeding these hogs.
Okay, congratulations to those 7 exhibitors. We had Hannah Simpson as our grand champion for our Pick-a-Pig heavyweight, and Mona Park is our reserve champion. Those 2 individuals will have their swine returning back to the arena here shortly as we find a overall champion for our Pick-a-Pig program. All right, in the arena at this time is our first group of heavyweight market swine, followed shortly here by our second group. Okay, Class 11, Group 2 heavyweight. Class 11, Group 2 heavyweights. Please come to the staging area at this time, please. Class 11, Group 2 heavyweights. Come to put a final call in for our People's Choice Awards. Final call, People's Choice Awards. Need to get those entered up into the box so we can start tabulating our overall champion for People's Choice. If you're needing a ballot for the People's Choice Award, there should be a few still scattered around the arena here. Otherwise, you can come up here to the announcer's table. We've got some extras. Again, if you need a ballot for the People's Choice Award, we have extras up here. Come get them while they last.
That was in the dirt. I don't think it's in the dirt.
So we're going to start into the heavyweights in this lineup as we leave these three out here in terms of look and design. They've got some good parts and pieces, but may not necessarily assemble them as ideal, like the three that we have pulled over. Young man's black and white barrel, there would be 4 in the center of the ring. You study this one from a side profile, and you love the way he's designed through the center portion of his body. But when you read him down the top side of his skeleton, he's maybe not as assembled as ideal and doesn't necessarily have that spread up high as some of the other hogs that we pulled out ahead of him. Then the black and white gilt over in the corner would be next. From a center body, one that's deep and put together there in that lower third nicely. That female draws your attention. You study her up high, she gets out horsed in terms of her dimension, as does the calico that goes out next. You study this one from a side profile, just gets a little weaker in terms of depth of flank. Doesn't necessarily read with as much mass, especially behind the blade. Doesn't give you that spread and dimension. Let's give those blue ribbon winners a round of applause, and we'll pull these three out and sort through them.
All right, while we're tuning our champion for that Class 10, we need to make sure we have Class 11 here ready to go, enter the arena. So Class 11, which is our Group 2 of our Market Swine heavyweights.
A nice trio, quite a bit of differences in this top end and this lineup. I'll talk about each one of them real quick and then tell you who I want to sort to the top. We look at the predominantly white hog in terms of look and design on the stand. As deep as centered as any of them. You study this one up high and blends a pretty attractive top line and skeletal design from the spine perspective. One that wants to just roll in his hip ever so slightly, but sure enough has the power and performance, especially through that forearm into that lower third. I'd like to see this one just get out and go just a nickel better. The black barrel is directly in front of me. Love this one from the shoulder blade back. This one could be better constructed from that blade forward. I think hands down be a class winner. But in terms of look and elevation, doesn't get up as elevated up front in terms of that nose placement, in terms of coming into the top side of that blade. This will just have, for me, just a little more shorter, more compact up front from that nose to that blade. The black and white belted gilt that's in the center of the ring, in terms of her movement and mass, she's adequate in terms of her look and overall design and center body. She's not the thickest ended one or maybe the stoutest featured one, but in terms of condition and putting it together in a pretty attractive package, that one for me is going to be your class champion. Now, in second and third comes an awful lot of comparisons and some analyzation between the white and the black bears out here. The one I think best suits me next is actually going to be the young man's predominantly white hog will be second, leaving the black hog in third. Let's congratulate those exhibitors on a nice set of hogs.
All right, we had, in that class, we have Connor Nielsen as our champion and Toby Becker as our reserve. Those two will be pinned up and we'll return to the arena to determine our overall Marcus Swine heavyweight champion. Okay, so as we get our final class here of heavyweights, Marcus Swine entered into the arena. I need to call up all of our champion and reserve champion, pick a pig, our champion and reserve pick a pig classes. So it'd be lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight. Those 6 individuals, you can start bringing their swine up to the staging area at this time, please.
Into this heavyweight class, there's a trio of nice pigs that are still out here. There's just some things that we'd like to change about each one of them in terms of look and design. As we kind of start to study those 4 that we pulled out, I think they just got a few more pieces and parts to go ahead and sort them into that top 4. Nothing to take away from this trio. Young ladies, predominantly black barrel down the far end. If you could trim this one up, and especially to that jowl in that lower third, and get him out on the move just a nickel better, I think he would be the next in the line to pull up. I just think he's carrying a little bit too much condition in my mind at this stage of the game. Young man's black barrel would be next in terms of look and design from the side profile perspective. You study him up high, he's got enough mass and dimension. He just wants to get way outside of his skeleton. He's one of the thicker-ended ones in here. I'm not going to argue that point. I just like to see him assembled, especially in those rear hocks. And he's starting to build quite a bit in terms of his look and getting outside of that skeletal design. Now, I like this blue blanketed barrel quite a bit in terms of his look, especially from the side profile. I like to see him just a little trimmer down in that lower third of that chest floor. He's got some mass and dimension up high. There's just not enough of him in terms of his look, and especially to the center portion of that lower ham. He's just got to come a natural, a more three-dimensional look, especially from behind. He's an attractively designed one from the side profile, just not necessarily put it all together. We'll pull these four out here momentarily and sort through those. But let's congratulate those heavyweight hog exhibitors with a big round of applause.
We've got them all here, but I've only got the first placers in the hole. Would reserve and no bring it. But then it's like one pick.
Post outside this heavyweights as we sit here and study them and analyze them. The black and white one closest to me, from a stoutness feature, one that's got some center portion of the ham that you have to appreciate. There's a mass up high, maybe not as robust in that lower third as compared to some contemporaries in this lineup. But still, one that just gets a little more pinched in that ham line hookup, maybe not as ideal right behind the blade, but I still think this one's got enough power and performance to be in this top four. The calico that's over against the rail, I like this one in terms of a center body perspective and some mass and dimensions. This one is handling a little more condition maybe than I like. Like I say, this one just a nickel trimmer in terms of look, especially through that jowl and that lower third. I think you pull some little bit of weight off this barrel, I think he'll be ever so much more competitive in this lineup. And then we got the black and white barrel that's directly in front of me in terms of robustness of skull and front end. He's as massive as they come in terms of his look and his power and performance. We could be a little critical on this one. Maybe not as confident in terms of his feet placement. Maybe just a little weaker in terms of it right there at that ham line hookup. But sure enough, an attractively styled barrel. Now the blue hip barrel, one that comes at you in terms of center body and functionality. one that sure enough is blown apart up front to his chest floor and his rear third. He's got the mass and dimension. You know, to be kind of critical on him right there at that shoulder blade attachment. I'd like to see him just a nickel smoother there in terms of his look. I think it comes down to two hogs in this lineup as comparatively speaking. The predominantly white, the blue ended there is going to be your class winner. The black and white hog right next to it is going to be your second. The calico will be third, and the black and white thin belted hog over in the corner will be fourth.
All right, winning that class, we have Grace Falson pulling off another double this year for her heavyweight Group 2 champion in reserve. Those two will be returning here shortly for our overall champion for market. All right, at this time, we're going to be determining our overall pick-a-pig champion. So entering the arena.
Are we getting close to done?
Oh, my mistake. Overall heavyweights first. Overall heavyweights. And then we're determining our overall pick-a-pig.
Okay, parking and then people. Maybe it'd be a good time for hands. Ow. Maybe not quite yet. When we have grand start. The grand starts at the thing. Are you bringing up how many times it was? Oh.
On those dual class winners in this heavyweight drive, you know, that gilt that comes out, sure enough, an attractively blending female that sure enough has the mass and dimension. As you start to kind of compare it to the class winner that's behind her, maybe just doesn't necessarily read with as much power and performance, especially over that hamline junction. But in terms of dead levelness down the top side of her skeleton, she's super attractive. Love the center rib and volume of muscle that she possesses. Just like to see a little bit more rubber down the top side of her skeleton. Then we sit in and study that barrel just out of that last class. Just as we talked, he's the stout-centered one that's got some look and power and performance as you study him up front and from behind. And then we talked about that blending into that shoulder. Well, for me today, I think it comes down to just overall what's going to put the product on the table. That blue barrel is going to be your champion. We got that second in out of that class champion came from. In terms of look and muscle design, you really have to applaud this one in terms of its dimension, especially from that shoulder blade down the top side of his skeleton. Yeah, we're going to be critical on him. He wants to get just a nickel outside of himself from behind, but he's sure enough a stout-ended one. And it kind of goes back and forth in my mind, the comparison between the two. I like both of these hogs equally in terms of look and design and power and performance. Yeah, that gilt just gives up just a little bit in terms of a shape over that hemloin junction. Just doesn't necessarily want to, wants to get a little closed up at the ground and set her into motion, especially off that front end. Just like to power her up and pull her apart ever so slightly. With that being said, the barrel coming out of the heaviest class, that's going to be your reserve.
All right, so we had Grace Paulson winning champion there. Her sponsor award is Farm Credit Services again, and she also picked up reserve, and her sponsor is Ron Dowding. I know Ron's running around here. I just saw him, so pat him on the back and say thank you for sponsoring our awards. At this time, now we will be doing our overall Pick-a-Pig champion. So entering is our champion lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight. These three will go head-to-head, determining our overall Pick-a-Pig champion for this year's fair.
As we start to get into this, the Pick-a-Pig champion, why don't we go ahead and give a round of applause to all those leaders of that club and program. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. So let's just take a moment and just give them a round of applause and a big thank you for doing this program for these 4-H youth. And get those respective division winners out here. I think there's some give and takes and some differences as we look at that young lady's black and white spotted up hog there. In terms of look and design, our female's got some attributes that we have to applaud and appreciate as we study this one. Maybe not as powerfully constructed up high as the contemporaries in the lineup. But in terms of look and performance, this gilt brings quite a bit to the offering. The young man's black and white gilt there. We like this one from a silhouette perspective, and you look at this one in terms of look and design up high. She's got quite a bit of dimension and mass that you have to appreciate. Maybe is a little softer in terms of her condition up through her jowl, but she sure enough has some look and overall functional characteristics to her. And the white hog really has some shape and dimension that you have to applaud as well from behind, and you're over there enjoying that fan, trying to cool him down. But in terms of his look and his mass, probably blends as attractive package as anything. Keeps it tied up in terms of that jowl. With that being said, the young lady's white hog is going to be your champion Pick-a-Pig.
Well, as we get our reserve champion crown here, I need to have my champion market swine come up to the staging area now. All of our champion market swines are lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight. Those 6 swines, please come to the staging area so we can get you guys crowned for overall market swine champion.
We got that reserve out of that heavier division in, and they'll have some good look and design. You know, maybe a little more laborious in terms of foot placement and movement, maybe a little more rounded in that hip of that barrel. In terms of mass and design, it's got a lot to bring to the offering, and it kind of makes it a little more contentious between the two up top. But with that being said, the young man with the belted gilt is going to be your reserve champion.
All right, congratulations to all of our Pick-a Pig showers. For this year's champion, we have Hannah Simpson is our overall Pick-a Pig champion, and John Simpson is our overall reserve champion. Their sponsorship awards were sponsored by Southeast Community College, and as well as the Livingston family. So if you see those individuals scattered around the floor, say thank you very much for sponsoring these awards. At this time, in the arena here shortly will be our champion market swine winners. We have our lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweights.
Good job, Alan. Keep it moving forward. Let's go.
That's all of our three good. Then after that, start reading our markers. Let's use this. Right. And then we're doing that.
It's sure been a pleasure to come out and evaluate the market show. I know we've got a breeding gilts and some pinna threes left, but I think as you start to come in and analyze the three, as these exhibitors do an exceptional job. Hey, now whether you got pinned or you got sent back to the barn, it's my opinion today. You may go down the road and would have a different opinion and place differently, but it's about the experience and the memories that you make, not just sitting, not just in the ring, but those around the ring and sitting with the parents and your friends and, with those 4-H educators as well as your ag teachers and whatnot. But let's go ahead and take a moment to commend our extension agents, our FFA advisors, all the people that helped put the show on. The ring help was exceptional, getting hogs in and out. Let's give them one big round of applause for a job well done. I'm not going to, some guys will sit down and give you a long-winded speech about things that are happening in the industry. But one thing, we just focus on these young people at the end of the whips. That's what it's all about. Don't necessarily get upset if somebody else beats you. Learn from them or learn with them and kind of grow from it. And that's kind of what I'll mention and work together as a group of exhibitors and learn and be cordial to each other as well as competitive. I like to compete just as much as the next guy, and I'll do everything I can to be successful. But quite a few of the exhibitors that walked in the ring today, it was just successful if they made it to the end point of the project. So let's congratulate all the exhibitors that walked in the ring today and those around ringside. Let's give them one big round of applause for those exhibitors. Now I'll get down to business here. I think as we sit in and start to get in and analyze on these 3 division winners, I think we've got 3 exceptionally well-designed individuals that have some look, have some characteristics that we have to applaud and appreciate. The lightweight gilt in the lineup, she's super cool. Love her mass, love her design, love her center body, her functional characteristics and plants and pushes, especially off those rear 2. She is super cool. Once you get this head cranked up, kind of draws that a little bit of waddle she has up into that chest floor. Likes to see that tighten up. Then the big gilt out of that center division. This one, maybe not as stout in terms of her bone work comparatively speaking to the ones on either side of her, but you gotta love the mass and the center rib and robustness of body and volume that gilt brings to the offering. She wants to drop just a little bit in terms from her hip down to her pins, maybe not as busted open in terms of her chest floor, but she's super cool and one that sure enough draws your attention. Then the mouse bear that we talked about from that last division, he's super stout and got a lot to bring to the offering. One that he gets in and gets motoring. He's pretty attractive and stout featured in this kind. To talk about criticalness, we were talking about the way he blended into that blade, but that doesn't necessarily detract me a whole lot today. The blue bear is going to be your champion.
All right, Grace. Okay, let's show her, Al. Let's go.
Grace,
Show her, Allie. Let's go.
just pin it. Paying attention.
We dropped the reserve bear out of that division in, and he sure enough draws your attention on the stand in terms of his look and his angles. Maybe he's not necessarily as ideally in terms of his plant and push off of those rear 2. I'd like to see him just a little better constructed there. He's one of the thick and powerfully made ones in the lineup, but I can't get around the lightweight gilt to be your reserve.
All right, way to go, Ellie. Woo. Good job, Elle. Good work. Good job, Grace.
All right, so our overall market selling champion this year, we have Grace Falson, and her award is sponsored by, I believe, the Martin family, and we have Ellie Bulk as reserve champion, and her award is sponsored by the Johnson family, Johnson and Martin. All right, so at this time, we'll have, we need to have a, we're going to take a 5-minute break here. Let our judge use the facilities, get a drink of water, sponsor our festivus, and at this time we want the beauty gifts to come forward here in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, we did. Tell me don't have to think.
Okay, while the judge is on break, here's what everybody's been waiting for. So get your name tag out, driver's license if you can't remember who you are, and we are going to be announcing for our hands, or once again sponsors. We need the box. All right, we'll be doing that shortly. We'll be going for our hands, sponsored by Smithfield Farms.
Times 4, 24 of them.
We need the box.
Oh, there's good. Counting ballot.
I need to get you a cigarette.
No, you don't.
Where do I turn these in?
Well,
They already did it. They already took it in.
they're in there counting right now.
Oh. I took it in. I'm supposed to be done. It was supposed to be done.
How we got one here?
Now they're counting. See if they got it.
No, I tell you what, I haven't seen you back in the corner. I watched my presentation, so I don't turn anymore. Yeah, I'm real positive there, but yeah, that's new. That's the reason for the next week. Good, huh? Everyone's got a long way. Yeah. No, you know what they do? Well, they got what they call a, people's choice award. The people vote on pigs that they think stay away in their voting. Gotta get them somewhere. Yeah, it's cooked already on it.
They'll be warmed up, room temperature.
Okay, yeah, they're looking for ice. The watermelon, they called me. I said, yeah, I was in the office that day. What you doing? Good.
I don't know if I'm going to be here for it. I'm still in the car.
I understand, man.
But that's why I say I'm out testing the water right now. See if it's going to be bearable.
I told my kids to do the other way, but it's perfect fantastic. People got first, then all three, or all four of the kids got 10 this morning, and they competed in showmanship, and Sydney was the big champion. Well, Taylor got 52.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
The blue flooded into the background.
Yeah. I'll let you do your work. All right, Ron.
All right, so let's get our breeding gilts up into the staging area, please. All breeding gilts, staging area, so we get you judged. As soon as these guys are done, hopefully we'll get the box up here for our People's Choice and our hand giveaway.
We need my help. 5 o'clock somewhere, right? I gotta tell you what, Dave. A lot better today than yesterday. I don't tell me if people do. Not about guys. Well, you guys do wait.
Talk about
All right, breeding gilts. Last call. Looks like we need Mackenzie, Grace, and Ellie to come up to the arena at this time. Those three individuals bring the breeding gilts in so we can get these judged and move forward with our show.
Do you need a water?
I'm good right now. I've been drinking pretty much the whole show. Now, if you mixed a little bourbon in with it, you could probably talk me into it.
I already asked Ron. He didn't bring nothing.
Okay, we have our breeding gilts in the arena. As soon as our breeding gilts are concluded here, we're going to have all exhibitors that exhibit a bucket swine come to the arena. All exhibitors that exhibit a market swine come to the arena for our carcass contest.
There you go.
Got him?
Well, I'll try to hand them out or deliver them to them.
I can't do it.
Oh, shoot. Well, I guess the camera's in the front.
As we get into this breeding deal, we've got quite a few some differences in terms of breeds and characters, and looking at even some comparison between the two Yorks. And I think as we start in and study these, I think the one that kind of puts a lot of pieces together for me to go ahead and sort up and win is going to be the Burt gilt. I like this female exceptionally well in terms of her look and her angles and her you study her in terms of her power and performance, and she puts it together extremely well. If we could be critical on her, maybe like to just kind of lengthen her out up that front end, but she's carrying that Burt characteristic, which you don't necessarily see to be a really good one. I think for reserve, it comes into contention between the little spot gilt and the York that's out in the center of the ring. I like both of these gilts in the way they're designed and functional and their characteristics. The York gilt's pretty stout in terms of her center body and her feature and her mass. I'd like to maybe reconstruct her face and snout, just give that a little more extension. But we see that just depending on what genetics you're looking at in terms of that breed. But nonetheless, I like the stoutness of feature this gilt brings. The spot gilt is pretty cool. Young lady gets this one fired up, and you like the mass and the way this one comes at you in terms of look and design and center rib. I like the underlines on both of them. Maybe the York gets a little bit closer in terms of a few teats, but I think there's just a few differences. In reserve, I'm going to go with the spot gilt. I like this female quite a bit in terms of her look and her overall performance. I think she goes ahead and has a slight advantage. In third is going to be the York gilt that's just out there in the center of the ring. I like the stoutness. I like the bone work on this female. She's sure enough cool-centered. I'd just like to see a little bit more of her, especially if you study her pie. Then it gets into close comparison between the York gilt that's going out and then the spotted gilt that's still out in the center of the ring. I'd like to see just the York gilt that goes out, and I'd like to see this one just pulled apart and be more opened up, and the spot gilt that goes out gets a little more square and truer to her shape down her spine, and from behind a little more square outside of her hip. Nonetheless, a competitive drive of breeding gilts. Just give all those exhibitors a round of applause for a job well done.
We're done.
All right, so in our breeding gilt class, we had Grace Folsom is our champion, and Olivia Vanderford is a reserve. So congratulations to those two individuals for their breeding gilt qualifications. All right, at this time, listen up. I want all 4-H exhibitors that showed Marcus Swine to come to the arena. Well, you guys are coming to the arena. We're going to start pulling pink slips for the hands. So all 4-H exhibitors come to the arena at this time. And then we're going to start pulling for hands while they're coming to the arena. All right, our first winner, Carol Benson. Carol Benson, where you at? Raise your hand. Must be present to win. Carol, you get our first hand. Come forward, please. All right, Donald Deerberger. Donald Deerberger, come forward to get a ham. Rhonda Warden, come forward to get a ham. Sue Bruce. Sue, come forward to get a ham. Flavin Gilster, if you're here, come forward to get a ham as well. This one's rigged. Jay Wilkinson, he won a ham. He's actually handing it out here. So, the ham for a ham. I can't give this one away. You're married to Brenda, right? She can't win. No hands for the hams. All right.
I'll get her one. Wait till the next one calls.
Kanan Poogie, where are you at?
This woman get a ham?
Yep, I do.
Okay.
Good. I was in a bachelor.
Can't do that one either.
1963.
Duplicate. Haley Dowding. Haley, where you at? Carrie Hill.
I can grab you.
Matt Arnold. I think Arnold wins a ham every year, don't you? Almost.
I'm headed that way.
You want a ham? You got a ham coming?
Billy Doctor? Got Doctor family wins one here. All right, you see this one here.
It was Rondo, right?
Could be that one.
What? I think it was the one before Arnold. I thought it was Rondo. Hey, wait a minute. Who's the one before Arnold?
Yeah.
I'll take the doctors or him. Go ahead.
Are they all cut up? They're all cut up, right? All right, Brooklyn Nielsen. Brooklyn Nielsen. Brooklyn, you guys here? All right. Ava Simpson. Ava Simpson. Nicolette Larson. Nicolette Larson. Arlene Dowding. Arlene Dowding. Owen Cheney. Owen Cheney. How many more we got, Ron? Several?
Keep going.
Keep going. All right. Jolene Egelhoff. Jolene Egelhoff. Lois Milbach. Lois Milbach. How many years you been trying, Lois? Forever. I know. You're here every year helping out. We find you're cheap labor. We pay you off with a ham. Hannah Simpson. Hannah Simpson. I don't think I've called you yet. Let's get to the bottom of the box. Get that tape off. Judy Walker? Holdwalker. Judy Holdwalker. Hodwalker. All right, thank you. How many more we got?
Hodwalker.
Marvin Warden. Marvin Warden. Warden. Is he here? Raise your hand. All right. Chris Lovett. Chris Lovett. Are you here, Chris?
Chris, come get your ham.
How many more we got? One left? Two left? Two left, looks like.
Yeah.
All right, sounds like we got more.
Get those gone and then I'll see 4 left.
Cheryl Woodward. Cheryl Woodward. Again, another past winner. Long supporter of 4-H. Shane Cutlers. Shane Cutlers. I know he's here somewhere. Again, long-time supporter, Pick-a-Pick program. Jeff Olson. Jeff Olson. And how many more we got? 3 left. Okay. Mark Cordes. Mark Cordes. Thomas Cook. Thomas Cook.
Wake up, Thomas.
Last Sam?
No, 2 more.
All right. Jennifer Teachin. Jennifer Teachin. Last Ham. Dig down to the bottom of the box, and the winner is, see that one, they've won one already. Tina Benson. Tina Benson. Tina, where you at? Last Ham. Does anybody see Tina in the crowd? Once, twice. Okay, here we go. Drawing again. Tina lost out. Jacob Vanderford. Jacob Vanderford. All right, that's the last of the hands. Okay, so we got our pin of 3 going on off to the right. The judge should be over there doing that, I believe correctly, or shortly. And now we have all of our exhibitors for our market contest, our carcass. All right, so I'm going to read the names. You want to read them? All right, I'm going to hand off to Calvin. All right, I'm going to hand off to Marco, and Calvin's going to read the name off.
All right, congratulations to everyone on a very successful 2021 Lancaster County Swine Show. We have our results tabulated from the check-in yesterday when all of the pigs were scanned. Each exhibitor will receive a premium for their top pig if they have multiple entered this year. But this year, our champion is Bailey Doctor. So if you would come forward and receive your ribbon. And this year's banners were sponsored by Norris FFA. Thank you for them for sponsoring this great award. Our reserve champion is Connor Nielsen. He also received a blue ribbon. Now, in no particular order, we have Judson Tejan with a purple ribbon. And we have Ellie Volk with three purples and 1 blue. Grace Vailson has 2 purple ribbons. Harper Cordes has a purple ribbon. Madeline Egelhoff has a purple ribbon. Sydney Doctor has a purple and a blue. Oh, there's one behind. Timothy Egelhoff has a purple ribbon. Tatum Terwilliger has 2 purple ribbons. Toby Becker has 2 purple ribbons. Dylan Doctor is a purple ribbon. Claire Polk has a purple ribbon. Bridget Clark is a purple. John Sump receives 2 purple ribbons. Chloe Schwartz receives a purple ribbon. Blake Davis receives a purple ribbon. London Ayers is a purple ribbon. Ava Simpson is a purple ribbon. Caroline Schwartz is a purple ribbon. Ava Simpson is a purple ribbon. Oh, okay. That's sorry about that. Adriel Skinner has a purple ribbon. Taylor Doctor has 2 purple ribbons. Cody Bruce receives 2 purple ribbons. Sorry, blue ribbons. Derek Bruce receives 2 blue ribbons. Josie Johnson receives a blue ribbon. Brielle Early receives a blue ribbon. Bridget Clark receives a blue ribbon. Shane Scott receives a blue ribbon. Liam Moore receives a blue ribbon. Reese Rockenbach receives a blue. Trevor Gentry receives a blue ribbon. Are you Trevor? Are you Trevor? You're Trevor? All right. Chloe Cutlers receives a blue ribbon. Elena Cutlers receives a blue ribbon. Cameron Wanzer receives a blue ribbon. Sydney Doctor receives a blue ribbon. Maria Polk receives a blue ribbon. Grace Mincer receives a red ribbon. Jackson Bruce receives a red ribbon. Are you Jackson? Hannah Simpson receives a red ribbon. Lauren Johnson receives a red ribbon. Luke Johnson receives a red ribbon. And Chloe Schwartz, if you are here, you received a purple ribbon. All right. Let's give a big round of applause for all these exhibitors on their hard work on these projects this year.
All right, so we're going to conclude our swine show here. We've got one last contest. Our judges are heading over to pin of 3 over there. And then, so we'll get those judged and we'll get those announced here shortly. And then we have one last award, and that is our People's Choice that everybody's been waiting for. So we have our reserve champion this year is Sydney Doctor. She's our reserve champion, People's Choice. And our grand champion People's Choice Award winner is Taylor Doctor. So those 2 individuals will get a banner to display in their stall area. Again, that concludes our swine show for 2021 for our Super Fair. And we got our pin of 3, which will be judging off in the pin area. Again, thank you very much and have a great afternoon. Try to stay cool and in the shade. Okay, third announcement, we are doing our pin of 3s over in the stall area over there. So the judge should be coming over to see you shortly.
I'm gonna take my fan, put it over there by the extension office.
All right. Thank you.
We're in charge of it. Try to cut tomorrow so these guys need everything. Carry over and put it in. Plus there's some other kids coming want to borrow it. Honestly, I want to.
quick call, let him know. But if he calls you, it'll be because we talked and we changed our mind. But for now, you stay there, and we'll send Trace over to help with the basement. So. We'll have to eventually, but it doesn't have to be today. And that needs to be opened up. I'll give him a call. Yep, I know. Okay, thanks. You have anything to do? Oh, yeah. Either that or now. Hey, Dowdy. Not this way. I think we'll go to the office and get that. Thank you, Luke. I'm pretty sure I thought they used to go to the office and pick it up. Maybe talk to Greg and ask him. It's a birdie down at the open class. Yeah, he's here. Yeah, but Tony had beat last year. Well, you said thanks a lot, Sue? Yeah, would you say thanks a lot, Sue? All righty, I'll get this turned back in. Oh, really? How you do? Good. Yeah.
I'm going to be next week. I'll be a year older next week.
And thank you for watching the 4-H FFA Swine Show at the Lancaster County Super Fair 2021.